Welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. You may have seen as you walked in through the hot shop door, but we do have a visiting artist today. And I was just speaking to him a little bit about his art just now. We're just getting started here, so I'm just going to give you a little overview as to what we have going on here. Right, so today we have visiting artist Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man I was just speaking to in the red cap. You could see a couple of his previously made pieces down on this front table. These were actually made on Wednesday, and this is his first residency here at the museum. He's never worked with glass before. And we actually have quite a few artists that come in that have never worked with glass before, but we're able to take their visions, their drawings, their ideas, and just turn them into anything that they need. So we have our hot shop team. These guys are usually here every day that the museum is open, entertaining the audience by doing some live glass blowing. And they're usually here supporting our visiting artists as they are today. And up on the screen, you've been seeing a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And right on this slide here, these are the pieces that we're going to be working on today. So these are some sort of stylized cacti. And they're still kind of debating on what techniques that they're going to use for these pieces. This is the first time that we're attempting this specific piece. So our visiting artist, he is a interdisciplinary artist or a multimedia artist. So he works with a lot of ceramics, and he's also done some metalworking as well. So some of these pieces on the table here, for example, like this little cacti head, this little sculpted flame, those are made out of ceramics. And then these ones here, these are made out of cast iron, I believe. And some of these pieces that you're seeing made in the hot shop during this residency for this artist, you may see some of these up in a museum in a solo exhibition over at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. So keep an eye out for the final products. And these pieces that they're making today, the cooling process takes a little while, so you usually won't see the pieces until the next day or even further. So like I mentioned earlier, these pieces were made on Wednesday. They took probably about a full day to cool down before they removed them from the annealer, which is the large black box over on the wall. And can I have some closed captioning, please? Thank you. So sometimes the hot shop gets pretty loud, so every now and then if they're like using a really loud torch or if anything is just making it hard to hear me, then I have closed captioning up on the screen for you guys. So these two metal blades that Gabe was using to carve those divots in the glass, those are called the jacks. And we use the jacks for many different things in the hot shop. As you can see, he wasn't fully cinching down with the jacks. We don't want to cut off pieces of glass or create too thin of areas. And this is just them getting the beginning of the form for these cacti. So we have some paper cutout examples down on this front table, but I also have some sketches that I could put up on the screen. Can I have the inspiration for today's pieces, please? Or the sketches for today's pieces? So up on the screen, you'll see some images of what we'll be working on today. So for those who just joined, we have a visiting artist, and that is the man in the red cap over there. And up on the screen is what we'll be working on. You can see they've just started forming each of those individual little cacti tips. And this is the first one that we're making during this residency, or even just today in general. So they're still kind of experimenting on how they're going to make this look exactly like those sketches. And for those who just joined, just to give you a little background on our visiting artist, today we have Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man in the red cap once again. And he is creating all of this art, and some of this art is going to actually go into a museum for a solo exhibition at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. And if you look up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of some of his other previously made artwork. He is a multimedia or interdisciplinary artist. So he's worked with ceramics, he's worked with metalworking, and this is the first time during this residency that he is working with blown glass. So someone was just asking about the coloring of the glass. Right now it's kind of hard to tell what color it's going to be because the glass is hot currently, but when it cools down it's going to be green, just sort of a green cactus. So when the glass is really hot like this, it's going to glow orange, kind of like lava. I just like to compare it to lava. It's so hot that it's emitting light and heat itself. So that really depends on the thickness. How long does the glass take to cool? If it's really thin, a lot smaller, it will probably take 8 to 12 hours, but the thicker the glass is, the longer it's going to take. So these pieces down on the front table here, these were made Wednesday by this whole same group that we have down on the hot shop floor today. And those pieces probably took a little bit longer. They probably just came out today. And right there, Gabe was just dipping the very end of this piece in a bucket of water, and that's very instantaneously cooling down the surface of the glass in that small area. So he's most likely going to use this as a handle, that cold bit of glass on the end, and stretch the rest of the piece. So there's a little information bit on why we are working with cacti today. So I'll just share with you all the artist inspiration behind these pieces. So the cacti are sort of representing the Latinx community, people of color. They are resilient and adaptable to their environments. And so the artist is relating the cacti to that specific group and experience from that group. And this is why you see cacti in so many of these pieces. Even these pieces that are down on this front table, they have the paddle cacti on top of their heads. Now, just to give you guys an idea of how hot that really small handheld torch is, that torch is actually the hottest item in our hot shop, despite how small it is, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's over double the heat of the molten glass, which is sitting at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And if you weren't here for the very beginning of the process, we're getting all of our molten glass from the large tanks with the closed doors. You could see one behind Nick over there. It's kind of like the furnaces that we're using for reheating, but it has that closed door to maintain that very even heat. And all of our glass starts out clear, so they have to apply color to the glass after they've gotten the amount of glass that they need. And in this case, we're just using a glass powder. So there's a colored glass that we can get shipped in called Color Bar, or we can get it shipped in a couple of other different forms. They can crush it up for us into that powder, and then we simply roll that clear glass in the powder, and it sticks to the outside, and it creates that nice even layer of color that you see here. So since this was just the first piece that we are making today, it's more of a test run than anything, so they're not happy with how it's turning out. It's taking too much time for something that's not going to be a final product in the end, so they're just going to break that off and start on a new one. And this next one that they're going to get started on is going to be made from clear, so that when they're experimenting, they're not wasting any color, which is much more expensive than just the clear glass by itself. And now that they're starting on a new one, you guys get to see that color application process from the very beginning and how every project starts. So everything starts with just this really small amount of clear glass on the end of our pipe. And as you can see, when he gathers, that texture of the glass is a lot like honey. So at the center bench here, Gabe is actually using a stack of newspapers soaked in water to completely straighten out this rod of glass that he has. And despite how odd that tool may seem, you'll actually see them use this almost in every single project that they'll work on. So it looks like at the center bench with this next attempt, they're starting with the center of the cactus, and then they're going to add bits of glass on the sides to create those sort of spike shapes on the side. So the furnaces, both the molten glass one and the reheating one, those are using natural gas and forced air. And the torches are actually using oxygen and propane. So the torches can have a lot more of a focused heat in a smaller area. So they've just applied a long bit of glass along the side of that glass rod that Gabe has at the center bench. And you could see he used a pair of tweezers to press down that glass, creating all of these bumps on the side. And someone asked about this earlier, but since we're using all clear glass for this little project at the center bench, since this is just an experiment, if they were not happy with the end result or if they don't want to keep it, they could simply break it back up and throw it back into the furnace to melt down again. So inside of this furnace, we have a really large ceramic tank, and it can hold up to around 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, so quite a bit of molten glass. It'll last a little while. And you could just imagine it as a giant pool. The texture of the molten glass is a lot like honey. And I was about to mention, if we were to let that glass cool down, it would actually destroy the ceramic tank, which is why we have to keep it constantly running. So that tank is running 24/7, staying warm at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Meanwhile, with all of our other furnaces, we just turn them off at night and on in the morning. So that glass has been dropped into a bucket specifically labeled clear. It's a little bit hard to see from this side, but on the other side it's labeled clear. So when they're ready to fill the furnace back up, they just take all the glass in that bucket, sort of crush it up, and then toss it in along with the fresh mixture, basically reusing that clear glass. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Right now we're just working on a little bit of experimenting. We're trying to go for these forms that we have down on this front table here that you can see are cut out of paper. And can I actually have the sketches up on the screen as well, please? So up on the screen, you'll see some sketches of what we're currently working on. They're still trying to experiment and figure out how exactly to get these sharp points and these really long shapes. And so they're just experimenting with clear right now. So if we were to mess up with that clear piece or not want it, we could just break it apart, put it back in our furnace, basically reusing that glass. So right here, Gabe is using a pair of shears, which are basically like glass scissors. And so while the glass is still super molten hot, he's able to go in and just cut all the way through. So this is just another attempt at them trying some different techniques to get that texture on the sides of these cacti. And since we have a few new people in the crowd, I'm going to quickly reintroduce what we have going on here today. So today we have a visiting artist. You may have seen that sign as you walked in through the hot shop door. This visiting artist is Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man in the red cap, kind of close to the front of the hot shop here. And today he is working on those cacti images that you saw up on the screen. And just to give you a little background on the pieces themselves, the cacti are sort of resembling resilience and adaptability. And he's relating the cacti to the experience of Latinx community or people of color. So he's relating the cacti to even personal experience. And just want to quickly tell everyone, if anyone has any questions, whether it's for the visiting artist himself even, you can always raise your hand and I'll come right over. And can I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? So as you watch the slideshow up on the screen, you will notice that our visiting artist is an interdisciplinary artist or a multimedia artist. So he works with a lot of ceramics and even some metalworking. We have a couple of pieces down on this front table here. And the ones off in the corner, these are made out of ceramics. And then we also have some cast iron pieces as well. And the glass pieces down on this front table, these were made on Wednesday, so 2 days ago, during the first day of his residency here. And that was the first day that he was able to turn some of his ideas and visions into glass. And this residency of his is going to go all the way through Sunday. And you may see some of these pieces that are made during the residency displayed at a very specific museum, the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. Is going to have a solo exhibit over there. So that small handheld torch they're using to heat up just the ends of those cacti points. It's actually the hottest item in the hot shop that we have, that small handheld torch. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's going to very quickly heat up a very small section of glass and allow them to get some special details rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. Welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined. I'll just speak on the microphone even though you're in the front row so that those up there can hear me as well. Just to give you a little rundown as to what we have going on here. You may have seen the sign as you walked in through the hot shop, but we have a visiting artist today. And this visiting artist is Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man in the red cap standing closest to us here. And he is an interdisciplinary artist and a multimedia artist, so you'll see some of his little pieces down on this front table here. We've got some ceramic pieces, we've got some cast iron pieces, and then these pieces made out of glass, these were actually made on Wednesday, and they have cooled down enough for us to take them out and display them on the front table. And this residency here is the first time our visiting artist has been able to turn his ideas into glass art, so that's pretty exciting. And you may see some of these pieces that are being made displayed eventually in a solo exhibition at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. And today we are working on a specific project. Can I have the sketches of our project up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slide that has images of what we're working on. So you can see we're trying to achieve this very specific shape with these very long spikes. These are supposed to be cacti. And right now we're working with all clear glass. This is just sort of an experiment. And then once we've figured out what exactly we're going to do for this project, how we're going to make it, then we'll be able to start applying some color. But for now, we're working with clear because if we were to mess up or we're not happy with that final product, we could simply break it apart, throw it back in the furnace, and melt it down again. And you'll see a lot of cacti in all of this artist's work. The cacti are representing Latinx community and people of color due to their resilience and adaptability to their environments for both the communities and the cacti. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's for the visiting artist or just about the glass process, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So since we have a lot of new people in the hot shop, just in case some of you haven't been in a hot shop before, I'll give just a quick little rundown, and this will describe the temperatures of everything that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces, which you can see Nick gathering out of over on the right there. These furnaces hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And these furnaces run 24/7 to make sure that that molten glass stays molten at that exact temperature. And then to keep our glass hot, to continue working with it, this is where our open face furnaces are coming into play. And these are at every single bench throughout the hot shop, so we can work at multiple benches at the same time. And these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we usually turn them off at night and back on in the morning. And this large fluffy flame that they're using at the center bench is running at around that same temperature as well, at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And with the torch, we're able to apply extra heat to a specific area rather than heating up the entire thing overall. And at the center bench, Gabe is going in with 2 corkwood paddles. And he's able to use these to straighten that glass out gently. Wood is a very insulating material, so it's not going to let that glass cool down very quickly. And once again, this is just to straighten out that piece of glass that they have. So now you can see the spine is pretty much straightened and aligned. And then they're actually going to set this piece aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. This is going to keep that piece of glass on the end of the pipe nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's not hot enough to melt or change the shape of that glass, but it's also not cold enough to let the glass crack or break from thermal shock. So later on, they'll be able to pull it back out and use it. But for now, we're just getting started on our next thing over on that right bench. So you know the temperature of that really large fluffy flame, but this small flame that they're using here is actually the hottest item in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over double the heat of the molten glass and that other torch. And so this is going to very quickly spot heat just a very small area of the glass, and it allows them to get some really fine detail or just apply a lot of heat very quickly. And for those who just joined, right now we're working on making some stylistic cacti, and we have a couple of cutouts down on this front table as examples, but I also have some sketches that I could put up on the screen. Can I have the images of what we're working on today, please? So up on the screen, you'll see some sketches of the stylistic cacti. And right now we're still in the experimenting phase. So we're working with all clear. So if we mess up or if we're not happy with that end product, then we can simply break it apart and throw it back into our furnace to reuse. And at the center bench, I believe they're working on a base for the piece. So we've been working on the cacti themselves, but they need a place to sit or be mounted on top of. So this little piece at the center bench is going to be a support or a base for it. So at the center bench, you'll notice they're letting that piece of glass cool down quite a bit. They're making sure that it's cooling down enough that it isn't moving very much anymore, so they have more control over it. Then over on that right bench, Sarah is preparing a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. And this is going to be attached to the bottom of this base at the center bench, and it's going to allow them to break it off from its original pipe. So they're going to have access to the top of the base, which is that rounded side. So now that second pipe has been brought over, and this is going to be placed in the center of the bottom of that base. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece is always called the punty. This is just a simple punty with a solid connection. Then they simply break that piece off from its original pipe. And now they have access to the other side of the piece, which is that rounded side in this case. And since we have quite a few new people in here, I'll just give a quick little overview as to what we have going on here today. So today we have a visiting artist. You may have seen the sign as you came in through the hot shop doors. And this visiting artist is Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man in the red cap standing kind of close to the front of the hot shop here. And he's here making all of these different cactus-themed pieces. You could see a couple of our previously made pieces down on this front table. These were made on Wednesday, which was the first day of his residency here. And we're continuing along with that cactus theme. Right now we're making these stylistic cacti, which are going to be very tall and elongated. And the cacti represent Latinx community and people of color, their resilience and adaptability, just like cacti in different environments. And you may see some of these pieces displayed eventually in a solo exhibition at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. So our visiting artist is going to have a solo exhibit and be able to choose some of these pieces to display. And this is the first time our artist is able to turn his ideas into glass-blown art. So he's never worked with blown glass himself before, but we actually have a lot of visiting artists that come in just as he is, and they don't work with glass. So our hot shop team, these three, they're able to help out and bring their ideas to life. And I think a lot of you haven't seen our visiting artist's other artwork yet. So can I have our slideshow on Salvador's work up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist's artwork. And he's a multimedia artist, so you'll see a lot of ceramics, a lot of metalworking. He's worked with many different kinds of, or many different mediums of art. And just a reminder for everyone who's recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, even questions for the visiting artist himself, you can always raise your hand and I'll come over. So earlier they made one of these stylized cacti, and this one was a little bit shorter than the drawings and examples that we have down on the front table, but they're currently heating that up again. Over on the left side of the hot shop, we have the garage, which is this large silver box. So Nick is taking that cacti out of the box, and that was keeping it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but we have to heat it up a little bit more before attaching it to the top of this base. So in preparation for attaching the cactus to the top of the base, they're going to use this really hot handheld torch to superheat the top of that base. And this is going to practically melt the glass in that area and really allow those two pieces to stick together just like glue. So now this is going to be broken off into the pair of gloves that Gabe is wearing. These are protecting him from that glass as he holds it. Then they lightly heated this with the handheld torch before attaching it to the top of that base. So now they have those two pieces assembled together. They'll make sure that that connection is secure before they go ahead and heat up the entire thing overall again. We have to keep an even temperature across the entire piece at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. And right here, this is just a small wooden paddle that is being used by Gabe to make sure everything is on center. You'll see them use these wooden paddles quite frequently. They're simply really dark color or even black sometimes because we physically use them to flatten parts of the glass. And so they will just char over time. So you can always tell when they're getting ready to break a piece off from the pipe because they'll start torching the connection between the glass and the pipe. And this is because they usually apply a little bit of water to that connection point to break it off. If the surrounding glass is cold, then the cracks in the water could travel. But if the surrounding glass is warm, then the cracks from the water will stay exactly where they are placed. And you can also see Nick over on the right side of the hot shop is getting dressed up in these special Kevlar gloves. So he's going to pick up that piece off the end of the pipe to put it away. And those gloves will protect him from that glass as he does that. So now to break that off, they simply apply a little bit of water to that connection point. Then all they'll have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off. Looks like they'll lightly torch the bottom of the piece as well to get rid of any leftover sharp ends before putting it away. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. So this is going into the annealer, which is that large black box on the wall. This is going to slowly cool the piece down from 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, at least. So it doesn't break due to thermal shock. Depending on the thickness of the glass, we will cool it down for even longer than that. And I assume we'll be getting started on our next project pretty soon here. But since you guys missed the color application process in the very beginning of the day, I'm just going to play a short video explaining a couple of ways that we can use color. So can I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see
So we will be using color eventually today, but that piece that we just made was sort of an experiment, and since we can reuse our clear glass by simply putting it back into our furnace to melt down again, they were using clear glass, so if they messed up or if they weren't happy with the final product, then we could just do that, just reuse that glass. But once they've figured out the exact process they want to go through, they will start making some glass out of that color. And we've also been working with sculpted glass today. The pieces down on this front table here, these were made on Wednesday, and these are made from blown glass. So these are hollow objects, even if you can't really see the bubble inside of them. And you'll notice there's a lot of cacti theme in all of these pieces that you're seeing. And the information behind that, our artist has chosen cacti to represent the Latinx community and people of color for their resilience and adaptability to their environment. And speaking of our visiting artist, for anyone who recently joined, I'm just going to quickly give a little background on him. So you may have seen the sign as you walked in, but we have a visiting artist, Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man in the red cap standing kind of close to the front of the hot shop here. And he is a multimedia and interdisciplinary artist. So he's worked with ceramics, he's worked with metal working. So we have some cast iron pieces and some ceramic pieces that they were using for inspiration on the first day of the residency. And some of these pieces that are being made during this residency you may see on display at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. He's going to have a solo exhibition over there. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Can even be questions for the visiting artist himself. So before you guys think about moving, all of you in the center, they always start their projects over on these side benches, but then once they have all the glass they need and they're ready to start forming the final shape, then they'll usually bring it over to the center bench and they'll start blowing it out or shaping it into its final form. This is sculpted glass today, so they're not blowing into the glass to create a bubble. But as you can see, we already have our color on the outside of this glass. You could sort of see a blotchy pattern with the glowing underneath. And this is going to be green. Right now it doesn't look green simply because the glass is so hot that it's sort of mixing the color orange and green together to create brown. And the glass is just orange from how hot it is. I kind of describe it like lava. It's glowing from how much heat it contains. It's emitting light and heat. So they're going to make this one the same style as the last cactus they made, but this is going to have that green color on it. It might even be a little bit bigger than that last one they made because this one is going to be more of a final project rather than an experiment. And in between gathering more layers of that clear glass, you'll notice they always let that previous layer cool down quite a bit, almost to the point of it not moving at all, which is probably about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is so when they gather more glass, they're not going to strip off any of that color into the clear tank. They're also not going to lose the shape of the glass that they already have. So just then, Nick gathered some clear glass, and you could see he's rolling it on a metal table. He's actually stripping a lot of that clear glass off. And this is because they're not exactly trying to add more mass to the piece. They don't need all of that excess glass. They're just trying to coat that color in a nice protective layer of clear. So if we were working with all clear glass, like our last project, we would be able to use all of that clear, just break it apart, put it in our furnace. So if that glass that I stripped off has no color in it, then they can throw that back into the furnace. But if there's even just a little bit of color on it, then they have to throw it away. And so I missed where they put it exactly, but they would most likely be able to use that glass they cut off because it looked like it was all clear. And then, just like I briefly mentioned earlier, after they've gathered all the glass they need, they bring it over to the center bench where they're going to start creating that final shape. And right now, Gabe is going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool may sound, it's actually very commonly used in the hot shop. They use it for almost every project. So next you're going to see them, well, almost soon, you're going to see them flatten the glass into almost a little bit of a paddle shape. They want a little bit of a ridge going down at the very center of the cactus, kind of like a spine. And then they're going to have each of these individual spikes coming off the sides of that spine. So that's partially why they always let that glass cool down before they gather new layers of clear so that nothing strips off into that clear tank. I personally have never seen anyone that's dropped something inside of the clear tank, since we're always gathering at the very beginning of the stage when it's fully connected to the pipe. We don't have any cold bits of glass or thin bits of glass that are hanging off the project. I have, however, seen them accidentally break something inside of the furnace, the open face one, and they quickly grab a pipe and they just stick it to as much glass as they can and pull it out. They just have to be fast about it. And as you can see, they just flattened that glass out into that paddle shape I briefly mentioned earlier. And now that they have that paddle shape, Gabe is going in with a pair of shears, which are like glass scissors. And he's going in and he's cutting these these are going to become the spikes on the side of the cactus. And this shape is going to be extended too. It's not going to remain this short. They're going to lengthen the entire piece overall. So as this glass is cooling down, you can see more and more of that true color, little bit by little bit. The green on the ends of each of those individual pieces of glass. And they're going to heat this back up again, of course. But you'll see the true color of this piece pretty much at the very end when the piece is at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is actually pretty cold for glass. It's pretty much completely solid at that point. So the molten glass is staying at a very stable 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, but they're working with the glass in a sort of in-between stage between that point and 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So right now it's very taffy-like. So now Gabe is holding onto the end of the piece with a pair of diamond shears, and he's pulling away from the pipe, and this is lengthening and extending that entire piece. And every now and then you'll see them using these wooden paddles. And these are just used to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat of the glass. And this large fluffy flame is at around the same temperature as that furnace at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. But with a torch, they're able to apply extra heat to specific areas rather than heating up the entire thing overall. So right now, the top end or the front end of the piece is really thin. It's getting hot really quickly inside of the furnace. So they're just trying to even out the heat by applying some to the back end of the piece. And next gave us going in with a small handheld torch, and this is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop. And it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of that molten glass. So this is going to allow them to focus a lot of heat just in a really small area, which will give them the ability to make smaller details. So in this case, they're heating up each of these bits of glass one at a time, and they're going to stretch them into a point, kind of like these cutouts of paper down on this front table here. They're trying to make these sort of spikes on the side of the cactus. So whenever they're going into the furnace over and over again, as they are in between each time they use the torch, this is called flashing. And this is keeping the entire piece warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little bit hotter. Just making sure that it doesn't crack or break from getting too cold or from thermal shock. So welcome to anyone who recently joined. Just to give you a little rundown as to what we have going on today. You may have seen as you walked in through the hot shop doors, but we have a visiting artist, and his name is Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man in the red cap standing closer to the right side of the hot shop. And everyone else on the hot shop floor is our Museum of Glass hot shop team. So these guys are here whether we have visiting artists or if they're just making things for the store, but we always have something going on in the hot shop. And we have some projects that were made on Wednesday down on this front table here. You could see we have a lot of cacti imagery, and we're also working on making some stylistic cacti right at this moment. So these are supposed to be cacti spines and then with cacti spikes coming off the sides. And the symbolism of the cacti for this artist is relating them to the Latinx community and people of color and their resilience and adaptability to their environment. So they're directly relating the cacti to those experiences. And our visiting artist is a multimedia or interdisciplinary artist. So he's worked with ceramics, he's worked with metalworking, and this is the first time he's been able to put his ideas into blown glass. So he's done fused glass maybe a couple of times, he told me, but he really hasn't been able to do this with glass. So this is an awesome experience. And you may see some of these pieces displayed in a solo exhibition at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. So he's able to come in, make all of this glass art, and then he's going to be able to even display it and then do anything he wants with that glass from there. And if anybody ever has any questions, even if it's for the visiting artist himself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And this is all sculpted glass, I'll mention, so this is not hollow or blown. You probably won't see blown glass today. This is all going to be sculpted. And can I actually have the images of our visiting artist artwork, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist previously made artwork. You'll see a lot of mixed media. There's a lot of ceramics, a lot of metalworking, even some paper. And I know a lot of you guys might have missed the very beginning of this process. So everything starts with just a little bit of clear glass on the end of a pipe. And we can gather many layers of that clear glass just to build mass. And then they actually rolled this clear glass in a powdered green glass. And that stuck to the surface and melted down to create that smooth layer of green color you see across this piece. And you'll also notice every time they heat that glass up, it turns almost brown. You can't really see the true color of that glass until it's fully cooled down. And this small handheld torch that they're using here, just to give you an idea of the heat in the hot shop. This is the hottest item we use, that really small torch. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass, which is sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is going to very quickly spot heat. This is going to very quickly spot heat the very small areas of glass and allow them to pull those individual points instead of heating up the entire thing overall, which could allow them to lose control. It would be moving around a lot. So over on that right bench, they are about to get started on just a little new section of this project. They're going to be creating something called a color drop or color overlay. So you could see Nick sitting at the bench has a really small clear bubble. And he's going to prop this up. And this is going to allow Sarah to drop a small bit of color on top of that clear bubble. And this will be evenly spread across that bubble, creating that really smooth, even layer of color called a color overlay. So Sarah's coming over with that color now. And this is going to be lightly flattened out into a disc before being evenly spread over top of that bubble. And you can see they also only used a section of that color, so they'll most likely set that color aside and use more of it later on. Colored glass is a lot more expensive than clear glass, so we try to use as little of it as we can in any situation. And that little extra bit of color is placed in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. This is going to keep it warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass that they already have, but it's also going to keep it warm, not allow it to crack or break from thermal shock. So this little bubble over on the right bench is going to eventually be turned into something called a color cup. And this is basically just going to allow them to apply a really nice thin layer of color across the entire surface of an object. In this case, that object is going to eventually be a base for this cactus at the center bench to sit on top of. And the last base they made was a really simple shape. It was almost like a gumdrop. It was a little bit rounded on the top and it was flat on the bottom. And then they just simply placed the cactus on top of that and the piece is done. And at the center bench, they've made quite a lot of progress with this cactus. Looks like they're almost done sharpening all of those points. And just a reminder, just in case we have any new people in the hot shop, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. It can be questions about the glass process, or it can even be questions about or for our visiting artist. So for anyone who recently joined, can I have the sketches of what we're working on today? So up on the screen, you'll see some sketches of the cacti that we're attempting to make today. These are stylistic cacti, so at the center bench, we have been working on making these spikes on a spine that's in the center of the cacti. And so far we've been attempting sort of simpler forms. We have these simple curves in our spikes, and we haven't been adding any fruits or flowers like that right image, but you may see a little bit of that a little bit later on. And at the center bench, you could see they were cutting quite a bit at that connection point. They're not trying to break it off right at this moment, but they're just preparing for when they need to break it off. It'll be a little bit easier. So I'm assuming when they hung it down at that angle to cut it, this is just making sure that the cactus is remaining really straight while they're cutting at that connection. Because when they were trying to do it on its side, it's kind of moving and flopping around all over the place. That glass is really thin, so it's able to get hot really quickly. And once again, that large fluffy flame torch is running at around the same temperature as the furnace at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And it allowed them to apply a little extra heat towards the back end of the piece. Every time they're going in the furnace, this is heating up the front first and the front last as they go in and out. So the front of the piece is really hot, and they're trying to balance that out so they can stretch it out evenly. And now that they have that cactus finished, this is going to be set aside in the garage, which is this large silver box. This is going to keep it warm at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of that glass, not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. So later on, when we have the base ready, which they're working on over on the right bench, we'll be able to just pull it back out, break it off, and attach it to the top of that base. And since we've been working with a lot of sculpted glass, which involves using a lot of our clear glass, I'll just play a short video describing how we fill our furnaces. I haven't played that one yet today. So can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And over on that right bench, you can see they've attached a second pipe to the bottom of that bubble, and they broke that bubble off from its original pipe. So now they're able to go in through that opening they have on the end and flare this out into a small cup. This cup is going to have a rounded bottom because they're actually going to stuff more glass inside of it. And do we have the stuff cup diagram to show that off, actually? And the way they described this color to me was a sort of gold brown, by the way. But up on the screen, you could see a diagram of a stuff cup. So this cup is going to be placed into a heated metal ring. And this will hold it upright as we stuff a second piece of glass inside of it. Sometimes this can be a bubble, or sometimes it can be solid glass. And this is just to give them a smooth, even layer of color on the very outside of that glass. Thank you. So as you can see over on that right bench, they have flared the opening of this cup out. So they pretty much just have the final shape right there. Then all they have to do is stuff some glass inside of it and create that base for the cactus. So they're just going to keep that color cup warm over on the right bench while Gabe is starting the glass that's going to be stuffed inside of it. And as you can see right now, he's using a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water. It splashes water up onto the pipe, cooling it down almost instantly. So now we can handle the pipe a little bit closer to that glass again. And next he is going in with a block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is going to even out all of that glass that he's just gathered into a really nice round, even shape. And the block is usually made out of cherry wood, and it's kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And it looks like some of you are wondering what Sarah was doing with the furnace over there. She was spraying some water in there. This is usually to break some air bubbles on the surface of the glass. So when we gather, the air bubbles aren't going to be trapped inside of that glass that we get on the pipe. So this right here is called a strip gather. When they gather a fresh layer of clear glass and allow a lot of it to just fall off the end of the pipe or strip off the end of the pipe. And this is just giving them a partial layer of clear glass. In this case, they wanted to superheat the surface of the glass so it sticks really nicely to the inside of that cup. So that's the purpose of that gather. All right, so now they're going to break that cup off and place it into a heated ring on the floor. And this is going to hold that upright. We have a pretty good view up on the screen. And then that glass that Gabe has is going to be brought over and stuffed inside of this cup. You could see he let that glass stretch quite a bit before he dropped it down into the bottom. And then as he pushes down, this is filling up the entirety of that cup and touching all of that clear glass down to the inside. So now we have that color applied to the outside of the clear glass. And this, once again, is just to kind of stretch out that colored glass and make sure that it's on the very surface of the clear. So now from here, they're just going to be able to form this into that little gumdrop shape for the base of our cacti, or for our cactus in this case. And since we have a lot of new people in the hot shop, I'm just going to give a quick little overview as to what we have going on here. Today we have a visiting artist. You may have seen the sign as you walked in through the hot shop doors. And this visiting artist is Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man in the red cap, kind of close to the front of the hot shop here. And as you can see, he's working with a lot of cacti imagery. These are some of the pieces that were made on Wednesday. They have some cactus paddles on the tops of those heads. And today we're working on making some more stylistic cacti. So these are some very elongated shapes, a little bit of a flat face. And the cacti for our visiting artist represents the Latinx community, people of color, for the resilience and adaptability of those cacti to their environments. And you may see some of these pieces that are made during this residency from Wednesday through Sunday displayed in a solo exhibition at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. So our artist is going to be able to showcase some of this art that he's made during this residency. And for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist artwork, can I have that up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And as you'll see, he's a mixed media artist. So he's worked with a lot of ceramics, a lot of metalworking. And this is the first time that he's able to turn his ideas and his visions into blown glass art. And we actually have a lot of visiting artists that come in that don't work with glass themselves, just like this one. And our hot shop team here is able to support them. These guys work here full time. They're able to create those visions, turn them into glass. And for everyone who recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come over and answer them. This can even be questions for the visiting artist or about the glass process. Any question is fine. So at the center bench here, Gabe is now going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool may sound, this is actually very commonly used. So for this piece at the center bench, we used a very specific color application process. So all of our glass starts out clear, but we took something called color bar. This is just a bar of solid color, like you can see in my hand here. And we took a section of this, we melted it down, and we dropped it on top of a small clear bubble. And then we kind of spread it out. And it created a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire bit of glass that we had. So usually this is spread over top of a bubble, like hollow glass. And at the center bench, you can see they're using a wet wooden paddle to flatten the bottom. They were also sandwiching it between the jacks and the paddle at the same time, really forcing that glass into a nice crisp corner on the bottom. So this color that they're using is pretty interesting. You notice when it was really hot, when it was molten hot, it was basically transparent. You could just see through the entirety of that glass. And then as it cooled down, it started turning darker and darker. And I don't have an explanation for that exact process, but some of our colors do that. They look completely different when they're hot. When white is hot, it's transparent as well. It's basically clear. And then as the piece cools down, that glass will become its true color. So when it's completely room temperature, you'll be able to see this piece is a gold brown. So this big silver box right here, we have a couple of things resting inside of it. And this keeps things warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So in there we have our little cactus that we sculpted earlier, and we'll be able to pull that out and heat it up a little bit. It's just keeping things at a stable temperature. Can I have these sketches for today's projects, please? So up on the screen, you'll see some sketches of the projects that we're working on today, these stylistic cacti. And the cacti that we've made so far, they're a little bit different looking than the ones you see up on the screen, but it's a little bit more free-flowing. It doesn't have to be super exact. And the bases is what we're working on right now. And we're working on one cactus at a time and then continuing to go on down the line and work on the next one. So in Gabe's hand at the center bench, he has a small stick of glass. And this is just going to be used to mark the center of the bottom of this piece. And this is going to allow them to attach a second pipe to the bottom and hit the exact center. Yeah, so we have a lot of wooden tools in the hot shop, surprisingly, even though we're working with really hot glass. And so to preserve these tools or to make them last longer, we'll usually keep them in water just to help prevent them from burning a little bit. So this second pipe that they're attaching to the bottom is always called the punty. The punty is just going to allow them to break the piece off from its original pipe and give them access to the other side of the piece. In this case, it's going to give us access to the top of the base where we're going to attach our cactus. So all they have to do now is break this off from its original pipe. And it looks like that was a clean break. So now from here, they probably have a little bit of clear exposed from the inside, so they'll probably work on closing the top of this piece off. So for anyone who's recently joined at the center bench, we're currently working on a base for another piece that we made earlier. So earlier we were working on making some cacti, some stylistic cacti. And we have one of them already ready, set aside. We just have to heat it up again. It's inside of this big silver box resting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we have this base ready at the center bench, we'll pull it back out and be able to just attach those two pieces together. And I think a lot of you haven't seen our visiting artist's artwork yet, so I'm going to have that up on the screen. Can I have the visiting artist artwork, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And our visiting artist, you may have seen the sign already as you walked into the hot shop, but his name is Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man in the red cap, kind of at the center bench here. And he is a multimedia artist, so you'll see in this slideshow he works with a lot of ceramics, a lot of metalworking, even some paper. So this visiting artist residency started on Wednesday, and it's going to go all the way through Sunday. And you may actually see some of these pieces that our artist has created on display at a solo exhibition at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. And if you guys haven't seen already, we have a couple of these pieces displayed on the front table right here. These were made on Wednesday, and the faces were made using a mold. So this right here is a graphite paddle. And so they're just heating up the graphite a little bit before they use it on the glass so that it doesn't cause any rippling in the glass from the cold material against that really hot glass. If we rapidly cool glass down, you may see rippling or even slight cracking in the glass. So over on that right bench, you can see they've taken out that cactus that they made earlier. And Gabe is just making sure that this is nice and straight with 2 corkwood paddles. So at the center bench, they're going to start heating up the very top of this base with this super hot handheld torch. This torch can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's the hottest item we have in the hot shop. So this is going to very quickly heat up the top of this base where we're going to attach that cactus to the top. And this is going to practically melt that section of glass and really just allow those 2 pieces to stick together like glue. So now that cactus is going to be brought over, and Gabe is going to hold this in his gloved hands as they lightly torch the bottom of it in preparation for attaching it to the top of the base. And those gloves definitely help protect the artist from the heat, but as you can see, the heat still penetrates through after even just a few seconds. So that process was pretty quick. It had to be quick. And now from here, they're just going to make sure everything is on center and ready to go before they go ahead and put it away. So as I briefly mentioned earlier, even though our visiting artist doesn't work with blown glass himself, he's able to tell the other artist what he wants done with the piece because it is his vision. So they took off the top of that cactus, and now they have just a completely different shape on the top of the piece. And now you can tell they're getting ready to break this piece off because they're torching the connection between the pipe and the piece itself. And this is going to make sure that cracks from water that they apply will not spread through cold glass. They'll just stay right where they're placed. And you can see that Nick over on the right has gotten suited up in these special gloves, and these are going to protect him from that glass as he picks it up to put it away. So now to break this piece off, they're going to apply just a little bit of water to that connection point, and then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and Nick will catch that in his gloves. Then they're going to put this piece away over on the right in that very large black box on the wall called the annealer. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. So you can see this is being placed right next to that other one they made earlier, nice and upright. This is going to cool down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until at least tomorrow. And once again, we have these pieces down on the front table here. These were made on Wednesday during this same residency. You're always welcome to come down and take a closer look. I believe that we're about to go on our 1 hour lunch break, but our artists are just having a little chat over there, probably figuring out what they're going to do next. All right, so we will be back in 1 hour at around 2 p.m., and then we'll be blowing glass all the way till 5 p.m. So thank you for joining us, and I hope to see you again at 2. Welcome into the hot shop, everyone. A lot of you may already know, but we have a visiting artist today. And our visiting artist today is Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man up front here with me. And today, he and all of our hot shop team are working on creating a few different cacti, stylized cacti. And can I have the sketches of those up on the screen, please? This will just give you guys a good idea of what we'll be working on right now. So we made a couple of these earlier. We made one out of clear as sort of a practice round, and then we actually applied some color. And this one we should be applying some color as well. We might change things up a little bit, but we could be making any of those three that are up on the screen. They're doing it a little bit more free form, so it's not exact to the image that you see there. But just to give you a little bit more information on the artist himself, you saw the slideshow of all of his work before we came in here. He is a multimedia artist, so he's worked with a lot of ceramics and a lot of metalworking. We have a couple of pieces down on this front table that are made out of cast iron and ceramics. And then those were brought in as an example for us to work on the pieces that you see on the front table here. So those were made on Wednesday, the glass pieces. And I'll be making sure to sort of follow along and describe what they're doing and why as they continue to blow glass. But if anyone ever has any questions at any point, even if it's for the artist himself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come over. And some of the pieces that you've been seeing made during this residency are going to be going up on display. So he'll be displaying some of these pieces in a solo exhibition at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. And this is the first time our visiting artist has been able to turn his visions and ideas into blown glass art. We actually have a lot of visiting artists that come in that don't work with glass, like this visiting artist. It's just based off of their artistic visions and talents that they look at the application, and then these guys are able to support him in making those ideas come to life. And you'll notice we have a lot of cactus imagery in all of these different pieces of art, so including the ones that they made on Wednesday, and then including all of these ones that we're making today. And the cacti for this visiting artist represent the Latinx community and people of color, their resilience and adaptability to the environment that they're put into. So the first part of the project that we're starting on is actually going to be the base, which you remember the cacti are sitting on top of. And the way that we're going to do that is we have to apply our color first thing. So Nick over on the right bench has a really small clear bubble, and Sarah's heating up some color on the end of a pipe. And this is actually going to be dropped on top of that small clear bubble, and they'll evenly spread this out, creating a smooth layer of color across the entire piece called a color overlay. So you can see Nick is holding up that small clear bubble, and he let that cool down quite a bit before that color is dropped on top. And this is going to make sure when they press that color down and spread it over top, they're not really changing the shape of that clear bubble they have underneath. And if anyone missed the very beginning of this process, this is what the color sort of starts out as. And when the color's completely molten, just like any other glass, it's going to glow a bright orange, kind of like lava, just from it emitting light and heat. But this color for the base, I believe, is going to be a golden brown, like the ones that we made earlier. And as the glass cools down, so later on in the process, you'll be able to see the true colors of the piece a little bit better. So since we have a lot of people in the hot shop, just in case some of you haven't been in a hot shop before, I'll give just a quick little rundown, and this will describe the temperatures of the different furnaces that we're working with at the moment. So everything that we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are large tanks with the closed doors. You saw them gathering out of this right one here today. And it's holding about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it runs at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Constantly stays at that temperature 24/7 to make sure that the glass is always at the correct temperature. And the open face furnaces that we have at the center and right bench, these are for reheating. And they usually run at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We adjust that temperature based on the thickness of the glass or how quickly we want to heat something. And there's not really a significant difference between those two open face furnaces. We just need multiple to work at multiple benches at the same time. Basically just working on multiple parts of the same project. And later on, we'll be using some torches as well, and I'll point those out when we get to it. But both of the types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And as you can see, Nick has just gathered another layer of that clear, but he actually allowed a lot of that clear to just drip right back off the end, and this is called a strip gather. So this is going to give them a partial layer of clear glass. It's going to protect that color underneath, and it's also just going to give them an exact amount of glass that they need, rather than a larger amount. They're going for a really small cup shape. It's going to be bigger than this object that I'm holding in my hand here, but it's going to have a rounded bottom just like this little cup. And we're going to use it to stuff clear glass inside of it. So we're going to have the color on the very outside of our object. And every now and then the heat does start to travel back towards the artist's hands, especially as they gather that clear glass from that hot furnace. So that was just a pipe cooler, and it just splashes water up from a trough, cooling that pipe down almost instantly. And this right here is simply a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool may sound, it's very commonly used in the hot shop. It's one of the only flexible tools, and it's also really close to using our hands to shape that glass. And that right there is just a bit of compressed air. We're just cooling down a specific area of the glass so that we don't blow it out too thin. Then next, Nick is going in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades, and he's carving a jack line into the glass. So this is where we're going to remove this little bubble from the pipe later on. So this time around, they are actually going to be using this cup for the cactus body itself, much like those sketches you saw up on the screen a little while back. So this is just one of many ways that we can apply color to our glass. And this is going to be different than their previous runs of making these cacti. So we're going to be making the cactus first, and then later on we're going to make the base based off of how big the cactus is. So they're going to change how big that base is depending on how this piece turns out here. So that bubble that we have over on the right bench is actually green. It's really hard to see through it right now because it's so concentrated. And as you can see, they've just attached a second pipe to the bottom of this bubble. And this is going to allow them to break it off from its original pipe and give them access to the other side of that bubble. So as soon as they break this off, they'll now have an opening into that piece, and they'll be able to start to flare this out and open it up into that little cup shape. And at the center bench, Gabe is preparing a large bit of clear glass, or a large amount of clear glass on the end of a solid pipe. This is just going to be stuffed inside of that cup that they're making over on the right bench. So you can see that cup has been flared pretty much all the way open. And from here, they just have to keep this glass warm as Gabe finishes this bit of glass at the center bench. And we used this technique earlier, and someone asked me, why don't we just use solid color instead? And so I just thought I would share it with you all just in case you were wondering as well. So we're trying to use as little color as we can in any piece at any time because colored glass is so much more expensive than clear glass. And so we just are going to have a thin layer of that color surrounding a huge, like, solid center of clear. We're just going to have a really thin layer of color. If we were to look at the cross section of this, it would almost be as thin as a balloon, probably. So once again, Gabe has gathered and he has allowed a lot of that glass to drip off in something called a strip gather. And this is just giving him a superheated surface of glass. And this is really going to help that glass stick to the inside of that cup when they stuff it inside. So you can see Sarah has brought over a heated ring and placed this onto the floor. So they're going to knock this little cup off and place it upright in that heated ring. And this is just going to hold it in place while they stuff that clear glass inside of it. And then Gabe comes over with that clear glass. And this is going to be stuffed into the bottom of the cup. And as Gabe presses down, this is filling up the cup, touching down on all the sides. Now that we have that cup assembled to the clear glass, you can see we have that nice thin layer of color surrounding the clear. And from here, we can start to form this into our cactus. Now, depending on what they're going for, they could also gather over top of this with more clear. But since this is not going to be blown, if they were to gather more clear on top, then we could see a sort of layer of separation between the surface and the color underneath. And this metal table here is called the marver. So Gabe is going to make sure that this cup is touched down all the way on the sides of that clear glass. And this large fluffy flame torch here is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And they use it for applying extra heat to a specific area of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside the furnace. So they want to use the torch to heat up the lip that's left over on the cup. It's not fully touched down. They've been having a couple of little issues with it today, though. It's been going out. And this wooden spoon-shaped tool here is called a block. And these are usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning. This is going to even out all of that glass they have, create a really smooth, round shape. So once again, Gabe is going in with the stack of newspapers soaked in water. And if he remains on the side of the shape with this stack of newspapers, this is going to create a longer and a smoother shape, kind of like a cylinder. If he remains on the end, this is kind of going to round out the end, make a squatter shape. And they are going for a longer shape this time. They're trying to make this piece pretty tall. For anyone who recently joined, can I have the sketches of what we're working on today? Oh, never mind, no sketches yet. Let's focus on what they're doing at the table. So right here, they have perfectly spaced blocks, and they're pushing paddles on top of the glass, and this is flattening both sides at the same time, but it's also leaving a ridge right down the center. They want a nice spine for this cactus. Then they go immediately back to the bench, and Gabe is going in with a pair of shears, which are basically like glass scissors. So he's able to go in, and he's cutting all of these individual sections of the glass. And later on, you're going to see they're going to lengthen the shape even more and kind of turn all of those individual sections into points for the cacti. And while they're heating that up, can I have the sketches of what they're working on, please? So up on the screen for anyone who recently joined us, this is what we're working on today. And they're going a little bit freeform with these cacti, but we've been creating some really long spikes, kind of similar to the one in the center, but they're curved perfectly like the one on the left. Thank you. So now Gabe is using the end as a handle, so he's holding on to the piece with a pair of diamond shears. And he's able to pull out, and this is extending the piece. And this little torch here, I already mentioned the larger one, but this little one is actually the hottest item we have in our hot shop. And this can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass itself. So this is going to apply a small amount, or it's going to apply a large amount of heat in a very concentrated area. And this is going to allow us to get some nice details in this piece. So it looks like they just wanted to add at least a couple more of those spikes. So they're cutting down at the base. So because this glass is so long and thin, they have to heat it up really carefully in really short bursts at a time pretty much. Otherwise they could lose control of it and it's moving around too much. So they're just going to apply a little bit of heat here and then hang it down in order to make sure that it's completely straight before they continue with pulling those spikes. So Gabe is going in with a pair of corkwood paddles, and the corkwood is very insulating. It's very gentle on the glass, so this is going to allow that glass to sort of maintain its heat as he continues to straighten it. And sometimes after using the corkwood paddles, there will be little particles left behind, so they were just quickly using a broom to get rid of those particles before they continued forward. So now that they have the shape as long as they want it, they're just going to maintain a warm, even heat of around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of this glass I already have. And then Gabe is just going to go in and focus on each of those individual points where he's going to be able to start pulling that glass. So right now he just wants to alter a very small amount of this glass at a time. And now to pull each of these individual points, Gabe is going in with a pair of diamond shears, just like he was using to elongate the shape earlier. And he's just going to hold onto each of the ends of those bits of glass and just pull out. But it looks like for this specific one, since it's so thick and it's at the bottom, it didn't quite have enough heat yet, so he applied just a little bit extra. So if you remember these sketches that I pulled up earlier, they're going to be making the one that has all those little red fruits on each of the tips of those spikes. And so they're first going to turn each of those bits of glass into spikes, but then they're going to make these little fruits and bring them over and attach them one by one on each of those ends. And over on that right bench, just like the very beginning of this process, you're about to see another color overlay. That's what they're doing over there. So Sarah's bringing over a little bit of color and dropping this on top of a small clear bubble. So at the center bench, while they're working on this cactus still, pulling all those points, over on the right bench, they're working on making the base that the cactus is going to stand on top of. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, even if it's for the visiting artist himself, feel free to raise your hand and I will come over. And if I didn't mention already, or just a reminder, we do have these pieces down on the front table here that were made on Wednesday, 2 days ago, by this same exact team, by this same exact visiting artist with his vision. And these faces were blown using a mold. So this is hollow glass with sculpted bits on top of it of solid glass. And you guys are all welcome to come take a closer look in the front row if you want to, or even on your way out. And the second time we blew into that mold, the mold actually completely broke apart, fell apart, because they were applying so much pressure blowing into the mold that it just burst open. But that second attempt was really successful and really beautiful because it pushed really hard into the mold and got all the really small details like the nose and the lips. Since we have a few new people in the hot shop, I'm just going to quickly reintroduce who we have here and what we're doing today. So today we have a visiting artist. You may have seen the sign as you walked in through the hot shop doors. And our visiting artist is Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man in the red cap standing kind of close to the front here. And he is a multimedia artist, so he works with a lot of ceramics, a lot of metalworking. We have a couple of his pieces down on this front table that include those two mediums, but we also have some glass pieces of his that were made on Wednesday. And you may see some of these pieces that are being made during this residency here over in a solo exhibition at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. And you may notice that there's a lot of cactus imagery within all of these pieces that he's made. So these ones made on Wednesday, they have the paddle cacti on top of the head. And then with these ones that we're making today, these are stylistic cacti. And the imagery of the cacti is supposed to represent the Latinx community and people of color, their resilience and adaptability in environments. And at the center bench, we have our stylistic cacti, or cactus. And then over on the right bench, they're actually working on making a base for this cactus to sit on top of. And these are going to be assembled hot, so they're going to be physically binded or bound together with the glass. And over on that right bench, you could see Nick is just opening this bubble up. This is going to be opened up into a round bottom cup shape, much like this little one in my hand here. It's going to be a little bit bigger though, of course. So since it's a little loud, I'm going to talk to you on my microphone, but we can technically have multi-day projects. So we can make something, sculpt it kind of like this, set it aside, let it cool down very slowly, and then we can slowly bring it back up in temperature again as well. And depending on the thickness of the glass, that process can be pretty long. So they try to work with this much glass all at once rather than setting it aside and heating it up again. Since it's so big, it has the risk of cracking or breaking from thermal shock. And for those of you who just joined us or recently joined us, just to give you a little rundown as to what we have going on here, we have a visiting artist, which is the man in the red cap, kind of standing closest to us in the front here. And everyone else down on the hot shop floors are our Museum of Glass hot shop team. So they're here blowing glass pretty much all the time when the museum is open. And right now they're working on a stylistic cactus. And these are sort of based off of these papers that we have down on this front table right here. And we're also going to be creating a base that this cactus is going to be mounted on top of, or actually physically attached to. So they're going to use the heat to bind the cactus and the glass base together. And we also have some pieces that were made on Wednesday, these two large heads with the paddle cacti on top of them. And if you guys would like to take a closer look at those, you're always welcome to come down to that front row and take a look. And just a reminder, if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And now Nick is going to start coming over with these bits of glass, and these are going to be placed onto the ends of the spikes on the side of the cactus. And these are going to sort of be little fruits on the ends of the cactus spikes. And can I have these sketches of the stylistic cacti, please? Could I have the sketches up on the screen, please? Sorry, guys, looks like it's not happening yet. But for those of you who can see it, I guess we have these down on the table. I was just trying to show you guys the one that has all the little fruits on the end. It's a little bit hard to see from where you're seated. So welcome to those who just joined us. Today we have a visiting artist. If you were here earlier, we've been working on these projects for the whole day. We've been making these stylistic cacti. And can I have these sketches of the stylistic cacti up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see some sketches of what we've been working on today. Currently, we're working on that one that's on the far right. Right now, it might be kind of hard to see the true colors of this piece at the center bench, but you'll see more and more of the true colors as that glass cools down. Thank you. And this cactus at the center bench is also going to be placed onto a glass base. So we have a few more steps before this piece is complete, but they've come pretty far along in this process. Now, this large fluffy flame torch they've been using on and off is running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, just like the furnaces that they're using to reheat the glass. You might be wondering why they're using the torch over just the furnace in general. And the torch is used to apply extra heat to specific areas. So in this case, since this piece is so long, the front end of the piece is getting a lot of heat going in and out of the furnace, and the back end is not getting a lot of heat. So they're trying to apply a little extra heat with that torch closer to the back end to make sure everything can stay a warm, even temperature and not break from thermal shock. And since we have a lot of new people in the audience, I'm just going to quickly reintroduce what we have going on here today and who we have here, because today we have a visiting artist, and this visiting artist is Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man in the red cap standing closest to the front here. And up on the screen, you can see some sketches of what we're currently working on. We are currently working on the rightmost sketch. We're adding these sort of bits of red glass to the ends of each of the spikes of the cactus. And these are supposed to be sort of flames or fruits coming off of the cactus. And you may see some of these pieces displayed in a solo exhibition coming up in September at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. And you may notice that our visiting artist is not working with the glass himself, but we actually have a lot of visiting artists that come in that don't work with glass. They work with other mediums like this one. And we're still able to bring their visions and their ideas to life by using our hot shop team. So these guys are supporting him in making these pieces. And can I have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. You're going to see a lot of mixed media, including ceramics and even metalworking. And this residency of his started on Wednesday, and it's going to go all the way through Sunday. And for those who recently joined, down on this front table here, we have some pieces that were made on Wednesday during this same residency. And you'll notice that we have a lot of cacti imagery, both on what we're working on now and with those previously made pieces, and even the pieces up in the slideshow. And the cacti for this artist represent the community of Latinx people and people of color. And this is relating to the cacti because they are both resilient and adaptable to their environments. So over on the right, if you have recently joined in, the way that we're getting our color for these little pink bits of glass on the ends of the spikes is through something called frit, F-R-I-T, which are little shards of colored glass. So we just roll our clear glass in those shards. It picks them up, sticking to that clear glass, and then we melt it down, which creates a speckled layer of color. You'll notice when they apply each of these bits of glass, you could kind of see these speckles of color in the clear or transparent glass underneath. And since you guys weren't here for the very beginning of the process, I think I'll play a short video describing how we got the smooth, even layer of green color on our piece. In this video, it shows how we get a smooth, even layer of color on a hollow piece, but just imagine that it's a solid one like this one. So can I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So this is how we got our very smooth, even layer of green color across this entire cactus on the center bench. So for those who just joined, you may have already heard me earlier, but we're making a stylistic cactus or a stylized cactus. And we're pretty far along in this process. We just need to add our base to the bottom. So this cactus has a place to stand. So those two wood paddles are simply cork wood, and it's a very insulating material, so they use it to very gently adjust the shape, or sorry, the position and the straightness of the glass. So they're trying to straighten and even everything out. And those cork wood paddles will make sure that the glass doesn't get too cold while they're doing that. So they've set that cactus aside in the garage, which is going to keep it warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while they finish up the base. And then they're going to be able to attach the base and that cactus together and have a final product. So at the center bench, you could see Nick has just taken out a color cup, and they're actually going to stuff a large amount of clear, solid clear glass inside of it, and they will use that for the base. And the purpose of stuffing clear glass inside of it is both to add mass to the base so it holds the piece upright, but also so that the color is on the very outside of that piece of glass. If we were to start off with the color and then wrap it in clear, then we would have that layer of separation. We would physically be able to see the surface of the clear glass with the color kind of deep within it. So this is going to make the entire base appear a solid color. So over on that right bench, Gabe is preparing some clear glass that's going to be stuffed inside of that cup at the center bench. And you can see he's allowing that glass to cool down quite a bit before he gathers another layer of clear. And this is simply so that he doesn't lose the shape of the glass that he already has. He wants to continue to have this longer, narrower form. So these pieces down on the front table, they were made on Wednesday. So as you can see, they placed that cup into a heated ring on the floor, and this just helps hold it upright as they stuff that clear glass inside of it. And as Gabe was hanging that glass over top of the cup, this was narrowing the glass and allowed it to not tag the sides as he stuffed it down into the bottom. And now we have that cup assembled on top of that clear glass, and we could just start to form our base. And this is going to be a sort of gumdrop shape. I described it earlier, maybe a little bit more geometric this time. Actually, can I have these sketches of the projects that we're working on right now? I would just hold up a sketch for you guys, but it might not be as big. Can I have these sketches that we're working on right now, please? Thank you. Right, so it looks like they are going to go for a little bit more of a geometric shape this time. I heard them talking a little bit though, and they're going to shorten it so that the glass is not so thick. Because the thicker the glass, the longer that piece is going to have to cool down. I think they said it might have to cool down for 3 days if it's as thick as they originally planned. Thank you. And this tool that Gabe is using at the center bench now is called a block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool. These are usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning. And as you can see, this was evening and smoothing all of that glass out that he had. And another thing I'll point out is this glass, now that they've heated it up, you can't really see the color of it anymore. And I personally don't quite have an explanation for that, but a lot of colors that we heat up, they look completely different when they're molten, when they're hot, when they're room temperature. So when red is hot, it looks black. When white is molten, it's transparent, like this color. But this color is eventually going to be a golden brown. And then next, Gabe is going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And you can see this is a very flexible tool, one of the only flexible tools we have in the hot shop, which is why we use them so frequently. So he's able to conform these newspapers to his hand, and it's pretty much just like using his hand to shape the glass. So since the newspapers are soaked in water, it creates a layer of steam that's protecting the artist's hand and the newspapers themselves from the glass. So those two metal blades Gabe was using were called jacks, pair of jacks. And this was used to carve a jack line, which is that divot you see in the glass now. This is where we're going to remove this base from the pipe a little bit later on so that we can work on the part that's currently connected to the pipe. And that nozzle, if you're wondering what that was just a little bit of compressed air. So they were trying to cool down the glass a little bit more rapidly to stop it from moving so much. So this right here is just simply a wooden paddle. It's black because it's been used to flatten the bottom of many pieces before, so it's basically just turned all of that wood into charcoal. And so, like I mentioned earlier, they're trying to make this shape a little bit flatter than before so that it doesn't have to cool down for as long. So they were flattening it as hard as they could, kind of sandwiching it between the jacks, the metal blades, and the paddle. So for those who recently joined, just to give you guys a little update as to what we have going on here today. Today we have a visiting artist. You may have seen that sign as you walked in through the hot shop doors. So today we have Salvador Jiménez-Flores, and that is the man in the red cap, kind of standing closer to the front of the hot shop here. And he's a multimedia artist, so he's worked with a lot of ceramics, a lot of metalworking before. He has a couple of pieces as examples down in this corner on the front table here. And these pieces that are next to them here, these glass ones, these were made on Wednesday during this same residency with the same artist. And our visiting artist does not work with glass himself, but we actually have a lot of visiting artists that come in that same boat. And so our hot shop team, everyone else down on the floor here, they will be able to support them and create those ideas into glass. And you may see some of these pieces that are being made during this residency at a solo exhibition at the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago. And I believe this is happening in September. And at the center bench here, we've just been working on a base for a project that we made just a little bit ago. And we actually have that project inside of this large silver box right here, staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we're ready, we could just take that piece out and we could attach it to the top of this base at the center bench. And this piece that we've made is a lot like these paper cutouts down on the front table here. It is a stylistic cactus, and it has these sort of little flame tips on the ends of each of the spikes. Flame tips or fruits or flowers. Since it's stylistic, it's a little bit up to interpretation. So while they're continuing to keep this piece warm at the center bench, over on the right bench, Sarah has been preparing a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. And this is going to be attached to the center of the bottom of this base. And this is going to allow them to break that base off from its original pipe, give them access to the top of the base. So Gabe briefly marks the bottom of the piece with another piece of glass, just scoring the center. Then Sarah's able to attach that second pipe on center with the bottom of this piece. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. This is a pretty simple punty with a solid pipe and a little solid clear attachment. Then to break it off, all they do is apply a little bit of water and then simply tap that pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off. So now from here, you may not be able to see it very well, but there's a little bit of clear left over from where they broke that off. It's kind of opened up the color and revealed the clear inside, so they're going to edit that, close off that little bit before they're ready to attach that cactus on top. And what Gabe is just doing here is just making sure that this is actually on center with that pipe that they just attached. So if it's off center, he'll hold it in place like this, and he's kind of allowing it to fall back on center with that pipe. And since I have a few new people in here, I just want to remind you guys, if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Any question is fine, whether it's for the visiting artist or whether it's about the glass process. So we have a couple of different sort of hands-on experiences with glass here at the museum. There's one where you can come down on the hot shop floor and you can make a small object to take home with you. Or there's a fusion class. So there's like glass plates and you can assemble the pieces together and they'll melt it for you. And I believe that those are the two options that we have, but the front desk can definitely give you more information. I know the one that's down on the hot shop floor is $75 per person. I think that the Fusion one is cheaper, and I'm not exactly sure of the price of that one. But you do book it in advance, so you know exactly what day you're coming in. So now after heating up the top end of this piece, Gabe is going to be able to go in with a pair of tweezers, which you could see in his hand. He's going to be able to pinch off just that little bit of excess clear on the top of the piece. Then he'll go in with a pair of shears and he's able to just trim that excess glass off. And since we have a few new people in the hot shop, I just want to share our visiting artist artwork with you real quick. Can I have that slideshow, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. You'll see this includes a lot of ceramics, a lot of metalworking. We have a couple of examples of his smaller pieces down on the front table as well as some glass pieces that were made on Wednesday. So right now they're only using the center bench, but earlier we were working on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So even if we need to heat up something really small, it's too crowded and too risky to heat things up inside of the same furnace. So we have two of these furnaces running at the same time. And there's actually not really even a difference in temperature between those furnaces either. They're both running from about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit at any point in time. Depending on how thick the glass is and how quickly we want to heat that up. The large fluffy flame here. So when it's resting, as you just saw it, it looks really small, but when they actually start using it, they press a button and it emits a lot more fuel and a lot more fire. And this is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces as well, but they use it to apply extra heat to a specific area instead of heating up the entire thing inside the furnace. And in this case right here, Gabe is preheating a paddle that he's going to use on the top of this base. And this is just to prevent any rippling in that hot glass from the cold paddle. And right now they're sandwiching it between a wooden paddle and that graphite paddle that Gabe is using. And this is going to sort of force and push that glass into a nice crisp point on the top. And this is going to make sure that everything is nice and even and on center. And while they're continuing to work on that just a little bit, Nick over on the left is starting to heat up that cactus that was previously sculpted earlier today. So all they have to do is lightly heat that up, and then they'll heat up the two connection points to almost molten glass so that when they connect them together, they stick together just like glue. Yeah, so this small handheld torch that Gabe's using at the center bench here is actually the hottest item in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's over double the heat of the molten glass itself. So this is going to allow them to melt the surface of the glass just at that connection point without altering the rest of the shape that they just got. So now you'll see Nick take out that sculpted cactus that they made earlier. And he's going to lightly heat this up before bringing it over to the center bench to keep warm. And the reason he stopped at the middle bench instead of just going straight to the right bench is just so that he could heat it up as soon as possible. Since that's some really thin, fragile glass, we want to make sure that it doesn't cool down too much. And since this piece is so long, the front end of it is going to heat up really quickly compared to the back end. So they're going to use this large fluffy flame to apply a little extra heat to the back as they continue to heat it up in the furnace as well, just to make sure that the heating is even. So now that we have those two pieces assembled, they're just going to make sure that everything is nice and evenly heated and everything is straight before they go ahead to put it away. So right now the base of this piece is really hot, and that thin glass that they just connected can cool down really quickly and easily. So while that base is cooling down, they're going to have to work on keeping the rest of the piece warm. with this large fluffy flame. So based off the sketches that I've seen, I assume that that little bit that Nick is making over on the right is going to be attached to the very top of the piece, maybe? Since we have all of those little pink flames or pink little fruits on the spikes, this one's going to be a top one that just kind of finishes the whole piece off. Yes, so this piece is a stylized or stylistic cactus, so it's a little bit open to interpretation, but it is a cactus. And so I was asking the artist what the little pink bulbs on the ends were, and the best interpretation would be maybe fruits or maybe flames. They're kind of just stylistic. So once again, in preparation for breaking this piece off the pipe, they'll usually torch around that connection area between the pipe and the glass itself. And this is because they apply some water to break the piece off. And if the surrounding glass is cold, the cracks from the water will travel through the cold glass. But if the surrounding glass is warm, the cracks from the water stay exactly where they're placed. And you can see over on the right, Nick is getting suited up in preparation for picking this piece up off the end of the pipe to put it away. So now to break it off, they just apply a little bit of water at that connection point. And then just like earlier, all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off. Then it looks like they're going to torch the leftover sharp ends on the bottom before putting this piece away. And this is going to be put into the annealer, which is going to slowly cool that glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. That was one of the bigger pieces they made today for sure. And once again, if you want to take a closer look at some of the work that was made on Wednesday, please come down to the front and check that out.